If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 8th of April 2026 and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Eagle Farm. Eagle Farm is in Queensland and this is one of the best tracks in Queensland. I personally prefer Doomben, but this is also a bigger track than Doomben, more prominent track. We're going to be here today. The ground reading is soft and the last finishing mile is about 400 meters. We've got 8 races here today. We'll see what we can do. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out or highlight those sections. So we are here, and this is the first one, which is a maiden 1000 meter. We'll take the market snapshot and see what is going on. Five, 6, 9 scratched. 7, 1, 10, 4. So the 7 is the favorite. The 7 is a neutral, which is not of the highest class. So it's going to get placed because of the form line, but winning is debatable. I don't know how the neutrals work yet. So, but we know that they kind of lose the traction at the last moment. The one honestly is there in some form, but will it win is again a question, because uh, certainly has an upper hand on 7 for that matter. Gate is 9, which is a little wide. This is a 58. Fifty-nine, 57, 127. The highest from 16. Yeah, the 7 and the 1, they kind of are. So what is 7? 7 is beautiful form line. It's a challenger horse. I'm going to be running neutral. The jockey is like that, and the 1 is the class, which is up here. Not a lot of drop. Like this one is a drop. This is a huge drop, and it's looking like that. So that's that. But um, the both of them has problems, because the 7 is going to be running neutral. The 1 is very wide from gate number 9. The 4 uh, has the opportunity, but we'll see how that works. And the match is okay here on 4, but will that actually work? We'll see. This is the first one. I'm not going to get into it. It's a maiden 1,000 meter. We'll watch. We'll see. Jimmy, welcome back, Jimmy. Yeah, the first one, I was looking at it. Both of them has their own issues. This one is going to be running neutral. This one is from gate number 1. And honestly, both of them has an issue with the match both ways. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not saying anything on this, but we know how the 7 is. It's going to be running neutral. I don't know whether that is going to um, provide anything. But 7 definitely, because of the form line. The form line is very strong. There's hardly any pressure on this horse. It's a low pressure horse. We're going to be facing a lot of low pressure horses today. So that's that part of the story, and we'll see. But 1 is strong. And then that 8. 1, 4, 7, and 10. I've been okay, bro. How are you? I've been okay. That's good. I'm kind of figuring out, what's going on with the uh, war right now. Been up all night. The good news is there was no strike today. We've gone through a ceasefire. That's a good news. I hope it lasts. Yeah, 2 weeks, which is a good thing. Which is a good thing. I just hope it lasts. It's been terrible because of what's going on. Yeah, in my country, it is almost the same thing. The cooking gas, you know. So in my country, the pipeline gas, which is mostly available all over the world, the pipeline gas is not widely available here. So it is still the um, the cylinders that are being used, and it's a problem. It's a problem. It's a problem. I just hope it lasts. I mean, there's nothing else that we can do other than hope that it stays like this and nothing escalates from here.
They're the veggie deeds people that you want to meet, and if you want to meet veggie deeds people, you hang around racetracks and that, because you know they're wonderful people. You know, really kind. And I went down to Corowa the other day, called 40 Cups down there, and
feels more like summer than autumn, but temperature in the early 30s. We've got a good race to start with, a field of 7, but a strong maiden. Insane at Decryption is very short, $1.65 now. She was here 2 weeks ago at this distance. It was just beaten by a horse called Rewrite. We'll see it later in the day as a chance in race 5. But the run was good. Got beaten, had its chance, but they beat the others easily. And the figures out of the race were good time there. The only other start was a 4th at Doomben back in late November. So she's ready to win. Second run back today. I've been watching Mark with Graham, ex-Interstate Galloper, who was with Godolphin and now with High Caliber Racing, Tony Gollan training. $4 out from $3.40 this morning. So there's no real lead there as far as Graham is concerned. But there is a lead with Gazette. It was $1.65, it's now $1.75. Graham, we've mentioned at 4, Sort of Legacy. Now with Matt Dunn, also adds intrigue to the race. CJ Graham riding, $5.50. Was out from 5 this morning. And Zoostrology at $9 out from 8. Mentioning the other 3, Divine Squire 17, Magic Invader 51, and Egyptian Goddess, the outside at $126. We're about to move in. We're starting with a soft 5. The track will be closer on good form. The rail is in the 11-metre position. It doesn't go much wider. Of course, today the National Apprentice Race Series continues with 2 further heats, races 3 and 5. Look forward to that as part of our 8-race program today. And as I said, the weather, it's warm, but it is absolutely delightful. It is not a cloud in the sky for midweek racing. $1.75 to Sano, $3.90 gram, just $3.80 gram now. So coming in from that $4. Sort of Legacy now hitting 6. Zoostrology now hitting double figures at 10. The runners moving in. Going up for the first race. Egyptian Goddess goes in. A field of 7 to contest the opening event. Zoostrology about to move forward. DeSanto waits her turn with Magic Invader and Graham. Graham having its first start for new trainer Tony Gollan, grabbing a trainer. It's the second favourite behind DeSanto, who's running at odds on. 175 DeSanto. There is a little move for Graham late, now down to $3.70 after $4 was spent. Last few coming up. First of 8 today. Now up goes Graham to the outside gate. Magic Invader was the last one in. And we're set for a start on the first. Red light about to be switched on. Field of 7, a strong maiden to start the day. 1,000 metres. Racing. Coming out awkwardly at the start was Magic Invader. Apart from that, it was a good line out. DeSanto breaking out of the ruck, but I can see Graham showing superior speed. Get across DeSanto. They go head and head early. Sort of Legacy third away. 4th Egyptian Goddess. Then Divine Squire, followed by Zoostrology. And after the sloppy start, Magic Invader was last. 600 metres left to go. DeSanto the rail, keeping out Graham with a big baldy face. Leads by a deck at the turn. Sort of Legacy's had the drop on the pairs and a good run, 2-way third. Then came Divine Squire, Zoostrology, starts to warm at the task in Magic Invader and Egyptian Goddess. On the outside, Graham's got it narrowly, but DeSanto's got something in the locker, fighting back on the inside and regaining the lead. Then Sort of Legacy and Zoostrology. DeSanto travels to the 100 metres with a margin. Graham can do no more. Running on well was Sort of Legacy with Zoostrology, but DeSanto gets the prize. Playing with home in the first. Decano, the sort of legacy, and astrology,
7.
and grand magic invaded divine squire, and Egyptian goddess last name for life. So Decano had too much peace in front, but she rallied well, then kicked away, and the race was hers. The favourite was the opener. The 7, Taylor Marshall running for Jim Mason, and in the end, it was a clear-cut victory to weight that margin. 2.5 to 3 lengths. Sort of legacy, we'll get the bobbing as from astrology. Second sort of legacy is astrology. Third, they both have their charts. And fourth will be a bob as well. That will go to Graham, obviously just sent outside the leader and knocked up the last 200 metres. Time will be interesting because she's won by a margin and she's pretty smart. She's a filly by all too harder than Mrs. Gardenia. Raced by Mick Shirley Racing, trained by Jim Mason, Sunshine Coast. Good to see Taylor Marshall back in the Metro winners list running the Senate. Showing good speed. And Decryption, Robert
7, 10, 4, and 1. 7, 10, 4, and 1. Seven, 10, 4, and 1. We'll go to the next. One and 10 has been scratched. 4, 8, 7, 2. Yeah, is kind of four is kind of the same thing as this one, the 7. It's all about the form line, and this is also the lowest. The match on the front line is the lowest. Apart from these two, right? They have 10 races, they did nothing. This one did nothing in last 10 races. This one has 3 races, did nothing in last 3. Then comes this one, which is on the lowest side. And the form line is good, and we're going to be facing some of these horses today, so definitely that's a lot of advantage on this horse. The highest is here, then it is here, then it is here. That's true. Then on the section side, if we look at, then we get these 2 horses up here, which are there. So from here it is supposed to increase. Okay, it increases because going down is going down here, which doesn't look like, I mean, the 3 is not a match. We try to look for that. The 3 is not a match. 9 and 6, God knows what they're going to be doing. So it cannot go down here, possibly. But we will see. That's how it stands. So 11 and 5 are on the top line. This is a 55, which is trying very hard. So that's probably not it, but should come up here. They do here. The 7 is on an 81, which is going to be running neutral. That's good. 81, and then 57, 58. That's high. That's kind of high. That's where it collides. The 5 is a check. That 5 is a check. Okay, so why 5 is a check? So through the first median, these 2 are out of the game probably. The 4 is the right order. We'll see if the 4 gets in. But for the second position, the 8 is also partially right if they are racing together, but This is from gate number 3. It's a 1400 meter. So the inner gates has an upper hand with that kind of a body weight. So 8 is definitely good. All right, 8 is definitely good. Where the problem begins is with these horses which are here, out of which this one is very wide. It is gate number 9. This is gate number 7, and this is gate number 5, and this one is gate number 6 with a lot of pressure on this. The load value is good. So we'll see how that works. But 4, I think, is the right odd because of nothing else but the match here with the load value and the form line. It's the same thing as 7. Okay, it's the same thing as 7. The form line. Dows, welcome back, Dows. I'll be back in a jiffy from the washroom. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. 458 are topics. Should be 485. Let's see. Should be 485. But you have the right numbers, Stretch, Jimmy. I have a feed. It's a very small one that I have. It almost is the same size of a mobile screen. I've lost most of the feeds. Breeze, welcome to the channel. Thank you for joining in, my friend. Breeze. Guess who's a member now? Breeze is. Yes. You have an entirely different name right now, Breeze.
Certainly our Merc, and the market continues to like Saturday's girl. We mentioned it was favourite in our update.
But I'm very glad that you're
Down
back.
to 360. Start 17.
But I'm still guessing.
Yeah. Late support as well, down to 460 from 5. It's Sky One Jordan. Second, thanks, Marta. I'm just talking about the Saturday's girl. She was 460 this morning. So, the National Racing Service. Last two runs of the, don't get me wrong, both times she found the line, she would have won a few more bounds at Ipswich. She was close behind Sever 2 ago at the coast, but Sever's a chance later on.
I'm still guessing.
This is start 17, so I think it is a sobering point at strike rate, but the market likes it. 380 now. The Aviator 480, Tedeschi 480. Delicious Derek getting out 7. Flashmaster 850, steady around that play. Los Alaminos 850, and Luke Skywalker at $9.
Ah, this is what days I'm guessing this sound that slow.
I think the market tells you with what, only 7 runners and single figures, it's a very even line.
Thank you for joining in, Breeze. Thank you for being there.
Frank by the first race time, good time, 56.72, run by the Cerdo. That gave her a class record to the previous best of 56.79. So, strong line for the quick times in the Red Eagle Farm. And they've loaded well for the second race. The Aviator coming up to its position, and Flash Master will be the last one to come up. Field of 9 running here at the 1400 metres. The Sky Racing maiden plate preceding the next set of the National Apprentice Race Series. That's the third race today. Let's see how race 2 unfolds, because they're all in. The line is on. Starter's got the button. They're ready to break. Racing.
Come on.
Tedeschi made a good start off the rails. I mean, in fact, bounced about 2 lengths in front. The Aviator began well. Third away, Los Alaminos, and Luke Skywalker fourth of the first call. Flashmaster going forward up towards the leaders. The favourite Saturday's Girl settles in probably the second half of the field, about 5 or 6 off the lead.
Really?
As Flashmaster zooms to the front. And the last trio were Delicious Derek with the Messiah and Sonic Flyer. Into the first bend, short of 1,000 left to run. Flashmaster roared around the field and whipped away with a 4-length lead. Los Alaminos is second, third the rail Tedeschi. And the Aviators getting a good trail mid-race, 1 away in fourth. 2 to Saturday's Girl, fifth outside of Luke Skywalker. Then came Delicious Derek, being covered by Sonic Flyer, and the Messiah whips them in. Field travels by the 600 metres, preparing to turn. Flashmaster comes back to them all of a sudden. Leads by 3/4 of the meter from Los Alaminos. Tedeschi waiting on a run as the Aviator. Pulls out 3-1, then Luke Skywalker.
Yes, my phone calls from trainers at Randwick.
Derek is pulled to the centre of the track.
Run,
They
baby.
go on to 300 metres. Flashmaster quickly gone. The Aviator race to the lead. Now, Saturday's Girl. Everything's panned out well for her. She's after the Aviator. Tedeschi up to third. It's the Aviator in front with 100 to go. Saturday's Girl drifting off under pressure. Tedeschi coming through along the inside. It might be coming home the best.
Four-
It is Tedeschi.
4-8,
Too strong. Saturday's
1-6.
Girl.
4-8-1-6.
And fourth was Luke Skywalker. Then came Sonic Flyer, the Messiah, Los Alaminos, Delicious Derek, and Flashmaster. Were a little too keen early and weakened to run last.
4-8-1-6, I think.
Second, number 4, Damien Thornton.
No, 4-8-7-6.
Waller. Saturday's Girl, number 8, Ben Thompson for Chris Waller. So, stable Quadella. Third, the
4-8-7-6.
for Chris Anderson. And Luke Skywalker, number 6.
5 was.
Position. So the interim result will be 4, 8, 7, and 6. It's fair to say they all have their cards.
4, 8, 7, and 6.
Moxie came through along the inside a bit. Saturday's Girl probably didn't help it caused by wanting to drift out, but it's hard to make an excuse. And the Aviator had his chance to. He went at the front of the early part of the straight, just peaked the last 50 metres or so.
4, 8, 7, and 6. We'll go to the next 3. Number 4 has been scratched. 10, 3, 7, and 1. It's the same thing. Yeah, the 4, the 7 is the same thing. The 10 is the same thing, okay? It's the same thing. Stands here. That's the EW anyway. That's the form line. 3, 7. So what is the change that is there is the gate number 8, but I don't think it'll make a lot of difference because it is still the highest. It is still the highest. The match is good. To go here, it's probably there. Or 7. 3 is the second next one. 1. So through the match, it is it is the right thing. I mean, what they are also. I mean, what it is suggesting is the same thing as this one. Okay. I took a long shot on 5, but that did not work anyway. So what happened here, what happens here is happening throughout is the form line, okay? So that's the right match. Ideally, it should fall on 7, okay? It should fall on 7, go back to so 58. It's a 57.5. There's a lot of. So from here, it can come here and then go here or here. 9 is pretty difficult. It looks like both of them are neutrals. So if both of them are neutrals, then probably the match is the identification factor here. So it probably is 10, 7. But the 7 is definitely in trouble with the form line. The 3 has the form line. But generally, it also is the match. That's exactly what this thing is all about, okay? So that's the match. Then, it should have gone here, but it just did not because it was the jock did what it did. It started raving that horse. You're not supposed to rave it, but it just did that. But here it was the lowest. Through here, they were the lowest, but this was coming from 55, so that was not the one. This one probably had a chance, which was ruined. It went here with the lowest, okay? So 10, I believe 10 is the one because of the form line. It's Eagle Farm, so it is here. Then ideally it should go to 4. I mean 7. up here. From 7, it should come to here, 1, and then probably here between these two. Okay, if that's the thing. I mean, ideally the data rank should be 10, 7, 1, then 3 or 8. 3 probably because of the form line, but that's how it should be. We'll see. I mean, that's the match. Okay, this is here, lowest, and then comes here on the lowest side. Okay, so the question is between these two horses. The form line is an issue with both of these horses, but ideally 7 should be the next very strong contender. 4, 7, I mean 8, 10, 7. Then it drops. It cannot drop here. That's not a match. I mean, after this is a match. But we'll see how that works. So in this one, there are no linears, okay? Starts with 10. Had 2 winners on Saturday. Was a decent day. Saturday was a chaos, and if you actually had winners, then fantastic. And you know, I'm glad that you're here. If you I think you are a owner, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I kind of realized that you are an owner, and you spoke about your horses on Saturday. So that was really nice, and I'm very glad that you're here. You can throw in some light. What are we missing? If you throw in some light, that will be great. What are the, I mean, what are the kind of questions do you generally get from your trainers? I mean, how, I mean, if I can ask, and if you are not, you know, completely striking out the hope of you writing it down, because I do not have the option for you to be able to speak right now. But if you could just write down what exactly are the questions that you get from your trainers to begin with, before your horse gets into a race. What do they offer? They say that there's a race, and would you like the horse to be racing there? Do they talk about the chances? Do they talk about the risks? Do they talk about what are the possibilities? Breeze. Ah. Okay. Okay. That's fabulous. Lee, welcome back. 10. So what is happening, Lee, is that this thing is going only on form line. There's nothing else today. So far, 2 of the form lines, they went one after another. This is the other one. This basically doesn't have a linear to start with. All right, we don't have a linear. This is not a handicapped race. Everything is on advantage. So that's more or less where it is. Okay, we do not have anyone like them through the VH. Okay, it starts with 0-0. That's the highest handicap line, and then it is all advantage. And when we do that, this is the EW which comes in. So it is as good as the linear, but on the advantage side. So that's what it is. Okay, So far everything is going through form line. That's the match. The 7, which should come second, doesn't have the form line. 3 has. So chances are the odds are right. 7 3 10 3 and 7, because of the form line. If the 7 gets knocked out, that's a different thing. The thing is the 1 which is in between 3 and 1, which is here. This is a 58.5, this is a 57.5. All right, this one has more strength to get in. This one has more strength to get in, but ideally that should not be the scene. The scene should be 10, then 7, then 1, then 3. That should be the scene. But you know how the jocks are, how things can play. They're going to be running neutral. The 7 and the 8, both are going to be running neutral. Both of them has issues with form line. So the odds are here on the form line. Okay, this is good, this is better. The 1, because of the weight also here it's a 57.5. the struggle is that here it has been increased to 60, and this one is a 58.5 which has been moved to 60 with a lower adjustment. Okay, so there's those things are there, but ideally it's like that. Now the other thing is this, that these two are almost neck to neck, and if the 7 is like that without the form line, can the 3 win? Which is also a possibility. Why? Because if the linears are not there, then that's the pressure line. Okay, that's the largest drift. So both ways are possible. If we take it in terms of there's no linear present, then 3 gets an upper hand. If we look at the form line, then 10 is the right odd. It is also an EW. So far the form lines have been getting through. So what is the difference between whether the linear is present or not, and how do we talk about that? So when the linear is not present, like this one is not present, then it is the largest drift, which is the pressure line. Whether it has pressure or not, that is the one. The 10 is good, but an EW, it is after that. So how generally it is like this. So generally this one will be always like here. If we do this, this is the linear, then this one will come here, the 9. Okay, that's the EW. What is the EW? The lowest pressure line. All right, both of those horses are the lowest pressure line. Which one won is the 4, which is the third on the pressure line. I mean low pressure line, and the best in the form line. That is what happened in the previous 2. Now the 2 is the pressure. If the linear, both the linears are not there that can win, then it comes here. Okay, these two. These two. So like here you see the pressure line is -6 and 0 for the linear and the second linear. Those are the top high. And then here it is these two. The 7 was a neutral. Like I said, I do not understand the neutrals, what happens with the neutrals. But these are the two which are the pressure lines. Here, if you look at the the 3 and the 5, these two, all right, this is what the pressure is. This is a low pressure. These are all low pressure again, okay? And then on the higher side, it is like this. And then you have the 8 on a higher pressure line with the neutral. I still don't understand the neutral, so I will not comment. But chances are that's right, okay? That's right. The 10 is again on the lower side. 3 is on the upper side. 7 is on the very upper side. Okay, so that's the neutral. They are neutral, but through the match we can see this is the lowest, this is the lowest, this is the other lowest, and then finally it comes here. So the difference between these two is this, that this is a low pressure, this is going to be a high pressure. Like this is also high pressure. So we'll see how that works. I mean, the problem is the 7 is going to be running neutral, all right? So how that will behave is a very, very confusing thing. I don't know how they behave. They lose the traction at the last moment, and they do that repeatedly. They have done that. And I kind of go very nervous with them. But the 10 is looking good. This is the rise in pressure. And this is the highest rise, which is going to be running neutral. Through the match, it should be 10, 7, but it doesn't have the form line. The trainer is your dad. That's brilliant. I mean, it'll be very nice if you bring in your dad sometime, Breeze, and you know, if he can share some thoughts, if he can share the secrets that we don't know, if he can share some insight that'll help the others, that'll be great, Breeze. If you can do that sometime. I mean, see what this channel is all about, racing. You know, everybody you'll find here, they are great fan of this sport, and we are constantly trying to understand what is right, what is wrong, what should happen, what should not happen, where are the mistakes. We're rectifying that over and over again. But honestly, what has happened over a period of time is none of us are either trainers or handicappers. You know, none of us. We are about 3,000 members and 3,000 subscribers and growing every day. But none of us. I haven't had an opportunity to speak to. I mean, I've never had an opportunity to have one of the trainers or the owners. Owners, we had a few here, but not trainers. So it'll be nice to have your dad as well here, Breeze. It's a low pressure day, by the way. I think so. We are not in a position to deliver. Those are like that. Okay, the ground is now good for
But we're gonna Your answer, she might have more upside than her 9 rivals. She showed sufficient promise last campaign to think that she might be a horse that would go on. Went for a break. It was produced here 2 weeks ago in the last race. Finished 5th to Sub Terrain. I would certainly call that a stronger Class 1 than today's Class 1. And she just peaked late, so I think she's going to take good benefit from that run. And being fitted today, she's a go-forward horse. She can be a go-forward horse, so I think with Talia Fenner going to the track well, she's the hardest to beat. And the market says the same thing, $2.80. $3.40 this morning, now $2.80, so she's been a significant shifter in the market. The 3 Heroic Rebel's got plenty of admirers as well. The South Australian apprentice Taylor Johnson has the right, so it's a good ride for Taylor. Heroic Rebel $3 in from $3.40. He had his chance at Ipswich the other day, but he'll be fitter again, 3rd run back. So 10 Diversity, $2.80, 3 Heroic Rebel, $3, and starting at quarter for market. 7 Clive's Glory now hitting $5. Number 1 Buster at 7. So they've been the 4 figures right through. But Diversity the best back. But in saying that, Heroic Rebel is shifting in the market. In fact, defending is firming a touch. So they're loading well for the 3rd race today. The previous went to Kadeski, Damien Thornton for Chris Waller. Chris prepared for Quinella with Saturday's Girl in 2nd. She racked up another minor. Time was 1:23.62 on what is the good form track. But they're loading up well. Reached the halfway mark in the National Apprentice Race Series. Still a round of heats at Sandown next Wednesday. The Murray Bridge in a fortnight's time will conclude the 2026 series. Diversity goes up. So only a handful to move in. Crypto Magic, Clive's Glory, Prefer to Dance, Inside Passage. Last look at the tab fixed board now. 10 Diversity has just drifted to $3. It beats number 3 Heroic Rebel at $3, so they're co-favourites. 7 Clive's Glory at 5, 1 Busker at 7. It's the last call as the last one comes up, or the second last one, Prefer to Dance. And Crypto Magic will complete the line. So we're just about ready to go. A field of 10. And the light turned on. All set for the 3rd of Eagle Farm. They're racing now. The favourite Diversity, or one of the favourites Diversity out wide, began fast, but Clive's Glory is revving up on the inside to join Diversity through the first 200 metres. Great Impact jumps smartly, was eased back to 3rd, and Busker is going to land a good spot 4th on the inside. Heroic Rebel was next, about 4 away, then came Prefer to Dance, followed by Heroic Beach, then Tukey 12, Inside Passage, and Crypto Magic clearly outpaced last of all. I'm suggesting the tempo is strong, about 15 lengths. Top end to tail, so Diversity's running strongly early. Went by the 1,000 metres, leading Grey Impact by a length. And Clive's Glory happy to take the box seat trail in 3rd. Heroic Rebel, the other big gun in the market, moves into a good position. Taylor Johnson's got Heroic Rebel 1 out and 1 back in the middle part of the race. 2 behind that pair, Busker, as the speed eases now. Then Prefer to Dance, Heroic Beach, Tukey 12. Inside Passage and Crypto Magic. Now it's 10 lengths first to last. Travelling towards the 600 metres, Diversity, getting a mid-race breather, but needed to. Leads Grey Impact by 3/4 of a length. Clive's Glory sitting 3rd and sweating on a run. Heroic Rebel about to peel 3-1 as they turn for home. Busker 50 of the rail. Then Prefer to Dance, Heroic Beach, Tukey 12. Crypto Magic coming to the centre of the course. That Inside Passage, Diversity went by the 300 metres in front. Fendel pulled the persuader. Clive's Glory looming ominously, as is Heroic Rebel. And Busker's just behind him. It's still Diversity in front, 100 to go. They're all flattened on their feet, but Diversity currently holding them at bay. They can't catch her. And Talia Fenland sends Diversity straight down to the line.
10-3-1.
Clive's Glory knocked up late. Then K, Tukey 12.
10-3-1.
Heroic Beach, Inside Passage, Crypto Magic, Prefer to Dance, and Grey Impact last over the line. 10 Diversity, Michael from Talia Fennell for Michael Freeman. looked at a bit of strife in the early part of the straight, but she responded well to beat home to the 3 heroic rebel, Taylor Johnston,
10317.
3rd, Busker, number 1, Emily Posman, and 4th, Clive's Glory, number 7.
10317.
They were the top 4.
So 10-3. It dropped here. Then 7. That was the issue of the form line, but 10 and 3 were right there. Those are, it's that. So low, high, low, high. 10317. We'll go to the next 4. A lot of scratching. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 11, 13. All scratched. 9168. So the 8 here has 5 races. It did not do anything in last 5 races. That's that part of the story. It's in a form line, which is there and has a jock. About the 9, 1, and 6. That will not happen. They're not able to pull it off for some reason. This one has 11 races, still a maiden. Six. So I don't believe it is the only problem today that it is coming from gate number 13, because it's got 11 races and it did not do anything in last 11 races. Today it is a worst scenario anyways, because it is going to come from gate number 13 on a 1400 meter race. But having said that, there are only about 7 horses. So eight, 55, 88, 2. So this thing can go wrong, okay? How things can go wrong. So that's the linear, which is okay. That is the highest pressure line. The leverage is also good. That's there, okay? But here is the problem. The problem is this, that the form line is such that the 8 can beat, all right? The 8 is coming from gate number 11. The 1 is coming from gate number 13. And that's not the only problem. The problem is this, that it has 11 races and it did not do anything in last 11. Today, if it does something which doesn't look like, it has much opening, the two primary challenges are the 9 and the 8. Okay, the two primary challenges are the 9 and the 8. Why 9 and the 8? Because 9 has balance here and the 8 has balance here. But everything is subjective, because the 8 has 5 races. It did not do anything in last 5 races. The 11 did not do anything in, the 1 did not do anything in last 11 races. The 6, which is here, it's dicey to take a call on that. What that will do is very difficult. 9 is basically a hope. If that hope comes true, then it comes true, but it could just go otherwise, and it could just go wrong, because maybe 12. The 12 we have is tails, but that's not a match. This is better than. I won't get into it. The 9 is a hope, okay? The 9 is a hope, maybe, but things can go wrong, and that's the recipe of this. There are certain upsides, there are certain downsides. I mean, the 9, we can see there's a match, okay, but the form line is questionable. Plus, the problem is this, that we are at a place where we are not sure how the jockeys are. This jockey is definitely not the right weight for this particular horse. This jockey is not the right thing. That's not a lot of pressure, but still. The upside is it is coming from gate number 1. The upside is there's a match. Downside is the form line and the jock. So for me, it's not exactly what I want to get into. Pass. Yeah, so Breeze, the pressure line is something that we use, but 11-year-old gilding is also where I get nervous, you know. Of course, you can give us a tip. These chats were not showing up for some reason. Anyway, but Breeze, I'm very glad that you spoke about tips. Yes, of course. I mean, to begin with, Breeze, if you could just tell us. I mean, this is something that I have been having conversations with a lot of other trainers as well. But if you could just give me a little tip in understanding how do you actually book a jock? What is the process of you booking a jock? Step by step, after you have been accepted and the weight has been assigned on the horse, what is the step that you follow for booking a jock, and how do you measure him? When do you measure him? I mean, when do you weigh him? At the track, before the track, he gives you something. I mean, these are the things that I try to figure out what's going on and what's going wrong, and we'll see how things are. If you could just give us a little insight of your operations, how do you function? How do you book the jock? Oh, Jimmy, his dad is a trainer. They have been, I think, they have multiple horses, bro. They've got multiple horses. I think what we need Breeze to give us a clarity on is how do they book the jock? And if they cancel, when do they cancel?
price of either of them. One with no money for swing state. I'm expecting one of the two favourites will win. So I'm 9 from 1. The market's the same. $2 and 260. Back in 9.
Thank you very much, David. Now, my wife's not here, was vetted at the barrier and passed fit to run for sale. Capalbar race 10, number 8 Supreme Commander, favourite 260, is out of touch. With some money for 3 Spirit Ripple into 3. The 8 Supreme.
Just for keeps, just like it's one of the dates. 30 feet, 2.1. Terrific there, Tim. Just news coming through here that my wife is not here. Number 2, vetted at the stalls, past fit to start. Number 2, my wife is not here, vetted and past fit to start. And there is the gelding on screen being called forward with Jason Maskeel aboard. My wife is not here.
This one doesn't look right, Jimmy. This one doesn't look right. I mean, there's no point getting into something that looks like that. God knows where it is, bro. They are wide gates. True. Inner gate, this one 9 has some chances, but that doesn't look very nice. That doesn't look very nice. We'll see how that works. At friend breeze. Yeah, breeze is a breeze today. Is a cold breeze. And we'll ask him a lot of questions. We will ask him a lot of questions. I don't know, Lee. I don't know. There's a chance because maybe because from gate number 1, there are a lot of things that are contradictions. It either has a highway today. It is either a highway on this horse, because the one which is they're talking about with the thing has 11 races, did nothing in last 11 races. So if we, based on that, if we take a call, then 9 probably, maybe 6. We'll see how it ends. It's a quant, but the thing is, Lee, with these midweek races, it's best when you do not have the right picture. It's best to step out. The 6 is a very difficult match. Okay. The 9 is the hope. 1 is a God knows what. 8 is like the poster boy. So everything is hazy, bro.
Supreme Commander, $191. 2, I'm a Dandy. 6, Zipping Bogart, and 1, Juju Blue, officially 4th. Let's go to Eagle Farm now, as they're behind the barrier for race number 4.
They certainly are, Mo. 4th of the day, we're at the halfway mark, and what's delightful to stay here at Eagle Farm. And number 9, Don't Down Missy, is now $1.95. So Blackfear's into red, only just, but 195. A stern effort, solid at 270, and still no lead for Swing State now at 750. So these runners will move in shortly for the 4th today. Thank you, 4X Gold, 3-year-old maiden plate. Talia Fenton got some points up for Queensland in the previous race, the National Apprentice Race Series heat, providing diversity for Michael Freedman, and was able to lead most of the way and fought on gamely. 135.84 was the gallop. This filly, Don't Down Missy, plenty to like about her form, certainly in respect to this race, and her only 6 rivals. She debuted behind Strike Weapon across the road at 1,200 metres, hit the line well. Ran second at Boss Mode of the Gold Coast. Boss Mode then came out and ran a good race in the city. And then I thought the run to Illegal Justice was good. They ran quick time at Dayton 2 runs ago. Found the line well. And then third to Clive's Glory up at the Sunny Coast is a $3.40 favourite. So, the form is right. The opposition is right as they start to move in. We know a stern effort has a good big chance. He has had 11 goes, though. We're talking about Saturday's early. It's an inconvenient truth, the fact that 11 goes still get to win a mate. And however, to be fair, on the credit side, there are 6 minor placings in those 11 runs. But I just think one of the 2 will win. Let's find out. We're just about ready to go now. As a stern effort moves in, Evening Dell will be the last one up. Evening Dell on debut, a $23 chance, but it's number 9, Don't Down Missy, $1.90 to try and break our maiden start 5. Number 1, a stern effort, looking to win a start 12 in the maiden department, $2.80. And number 6, Swing State, first up today, $7.50 there. The 3 single figures, the lights on, and we are ready to go. Racing. Don't Down Missy began only fairly off the inside. She can sort of drop back, and Swing State on the start and goes to the initial lead. Now, Ange Jones is going to roll forward on the second favourite as Stern Effort. Bomberion just keeping it 3 wide of the early part. Don't Doubt Missy now landing fourth on the inside of Evening Dell. And the last pair, Decryption and Desire, outside of Handicapping. They drove into the first bend, 950 left to run. A Stern Effort alongside Swing State, they match motors. 2 lengths away in third, Bomb Perignon, and Don't Doubt Missy, Daniel Moore, has the favourite in the box seat, travelling in fourth. A length and 3/4 then to Evening Dell, One She Can Soar, and One Decryption's Desire, last of the 7, 6 off the lead. They make with their way down the side to approach the 600 metres, and Swing State first up today, set a fairly good run in front. The Stern Effort sitting up there, close enough if good enough. Bomb Perignon about to launch 3 wide at the turn. Don't Doubt Missy just spreading on a run. Then came Evening Dell, She Can Soar, and Decryption's Desire. In the straight, 350 left to run. He still needs everyone on Don't Doubt Missy. A gap's appearing now. Let's see what she can do. A Stern Effort went by Swing State. Don't Doubt Missy into the clear, comes after a Stern Effort. Decryption's Desire getting off heels, running on. Don't Doubt Missy, 100 to go. Now reached the lead. Moved it away. Decryption's Desire running on pretty well. But Don't Doubt Missy, she breaks through today. And the favourite is home. Decryption's Desire, a Stern Effort knocked up and ran third. Fourth over the line was Swing State, then Bomb Perignon, Evening Dell, and She Can Soar last over the line with some very, very happy owners. And I think the connections as well, supporting for the pink caps. And Don't Doubt Missy, Daniel Moore for Rob Heathcote, clearing out. Tab 9, beating Decryption's Desire number 14, Fred Larson. Third is Stern Effort, he had his chance, the second favourite. Number 1, Ange Jones at fourth. The leader, Swing State, number 6. So the interim result on the 4th at Eagle Farm, number 9 first, beating home 14, 1 and 6. No surprises there. She didn't jump that well, but then got into a good trailing position. Just needed a run. She was held up in the early part of the straight, but then burst into the clear near the 200, and the race was all over.
9, 14, 1 and 6. 9, 14, 1 and 6. Nine got it. We go to the next. Huge scratching 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 11, 12, 1, 2, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I hope the gate numbers are okay. 3 from gate number 2, 4 from gate number 4, 5 from gate number 5, 6 from gate number 9. All okay. Looks like that. 3, 6, 10, 8. Okay, so let's talk what's going on. 3 is the favorite, okay? 3 is the favorite. Now, there are 2 issues with 3. The 3 is, so this is the okay, let's understand this race. We this is a 1200 meter class 1, and none of the jockeys have raced here in this track apart from these 3. Okay, none of the jockeys have raced here, so they kind of are jocks from other tracks who are racing here. That's the first thing. It's a 1200 meter. Now, why it matters is because 1200 meter is going to be a pace. Now, that's the first thing. So pace, how you control the pace and how you give them the breather, which is there, is something that needs to be identified. Now, the problem here is this, that the 3 is on the highest resistance. Okay, that's on the high. It is a match on the first section. So ideally, what we are expecting is this is going to be a front runner. All right, 3 is going to be a front runner. If it fails to run front, then we have to consider that the jockey is brilliant, but we do not have a way of understanding how the jockey is, because the jockey has never raced here. We cannot weigh him, and that's more or less the fact is. Okay, so he never raced here, so I don't know how the data is not going to reflect anything on him. But that's the highest resistance. So if it is a pace, I don't think the gate numbers will matter. I mean, here it was a 1400 meter. 1400 meter gate numbers do matter. And that's something that is there. But on a 1200 meter, 1100 meters, gate numbers generally do not matter. Now, what is happening is these two, the 7 and the 3, are with the resistance, which also means that they're very good horses. Okay. Which also means that they're very good horses. But that's one way of looking at it. The horses will win in two conditions. Either they're good and they're very good, or somebody else is having advantage which beats their goodness. I mean, you can be a very good boxer, but when a young guy comes and challenges you and you are a 40-year-old man, then the advantage, you being a good boxer is one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is you are also getting old. So that is where the resistance comes in. Okay. The moment the resistance is there, so far what we have seen, okay, let's see. The 7 had the lowest resistance here. Okay. I mean, that the lowest is the highest. All right. The lower it is, it's not good. That means it is under stress. The resistance. All right. The lower it is, that means it is not good. But that also means it is a better horse, which essentially needs to be compared with what the form line is and what the match is and where it is coming from, who it is being ridden by, and all that fact that will be coming into picture. Here, the 3 is like that. Okay. So chances are 6. Now, let me tell you why chances are 6. So this is the match. Okay. This is the match. Then ideally, if this is not the match, then on the first section, we have this. The 4. The 4 is the drift, which is going to come from there, which is from gate number 4. So if that's not that, then it is here. Okay. Now that is also being ridden by one of the jocks who's on a higher side. It might be on the orange guys because they are the only one, but 34 is on the higher side. And out of these two horses, this has the advantage, the 4. Okay. If that's not there, then it is here. But the problem is the form line. Okay. So that's not there. If that's not there, then we have to go up again. So that's here. The 7. That's also negative. Okay. That is also negative. Also, the form line is missing. That's not there. Then we have to come down here on the 5, which is also possible. 5 is good. I like 5. But then again, the form line is missing. If that's that, then it's either on 10, which is like that, or on 6. Okay. These two. Now the 10 comes from 51 kilogram, which has been given 57. All right. It is coming from the lowest weight, which is one of the lowest weight, which is here. It is coming from 51 kilogram, has gone to 57. That's that part of the story. So when we compare these two horses, same quant, then 5 has more advantage. But 5 doesn't have the form line. So 51 doing something at 57 is something I don't know. And then we look at this, then it is here. Okay. So I like the 6. The 3 is questionable. Very questionable, actually, with that. If that happens, what needs to happen with 3? Okay. 3 cannot be raved. If the 3 gets raved at the first section, then it is upside down. If the 3 doesn't get raved and it is put to the last 400 by the jock who we have no clue about, how he is weighing and what is he and all that we have no clue about. If he's put on if the jock decides to put on the pressure at the last 400 meters, then 3 has an unbeatable chance. Problems are definitely form line and the resistance. The other problem is the jock has never raced this horse, which is a colt. So the colt will behave the way colt behaves, and if the jock is not good enough to understand what the colt is, then the jock will not be able to handle that colt. Colts are of a different breed altogether. So that's probably is a bad idea. 6 is the second anyway. That's the form line which is there. Out of 10, which is the third, that form line could be a lot to look at, but the problem is it is coming from 51 kilograms. All right, that is where it is coming from, and it has been given 57, wherein the 5, which is here, which is at 57, has better advantage. That's the advantage, okay? And it is anyway lower. So I like the 5 over the 6, but it doesn't have the form line to handle this. But 3 definitely is in trouble. Very short odds on what? Why the chats are not being showing? I'm not sure what's going on. PC, welcome back, PC. I don't know which race PC is talking about, by the way. Anyway. This is again going to be running neutral. That's the other thing that I was worried about. And then 4, which is here. That's a very good hand. 4. How the 4 will work is that's the low pressure. So what is the high? High, low, and then it will go high. Probably. The low pressure will knock out because this is club 57, this is 58, 58, 59, this is 3.51, 0, so it's standing on 3. Even if you have a little hunch on this, it's very difficult to believe, with the form line what they will do. We'll see how that works. I don't know, there's some problem with the chat, it's not showing up. Load. I think 10 has a shot from top to 10. If the 10 I mean the top two, yes. Why? Because they are like that. So ideally if the 4 doesn't knock out the 10, okay, if the 4 doesn't knock out the 10, the 8 is also like from 52 to 58. So that's like that. So if the 4 doesn't knock out the 10 with a low pressure, then yes. If the 4 doesn't knock out the 10, I don't have the courage to go with this or this one. Definitely not, because it's a 51 to 57. I don't know how that will work. The 5 is still in between to knock it out, though it is not doing well, but it's going to be a neutral. So if the 4 doesn't knock out the 10, then you're right. But that, I mean, here the thing is that is happening with 10 and 8. Okay, these two horses, 10 and 8. So you're literally I mean, do you see the jump from 51 to 57? Okay. And the 8 is from 58 to 52 to 58, which is the highest quant. I don't believe that those things are ideal. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's see how it works, but those are the odds, and you know that's what I think. The 51 to 57, the 6 is the best chance. The 6 is the best chance. If the 5 doesn't knock it out, the 5 is good, but it doesn't have the form line. The 5 is good, but it doesn't have the form line. So that's that part of the story. 7 from would be okay. Hawkesbury. PC was in Hawkesbury. Then was a good run. The last one you're talking about. My screen is so small, PC, I can't even look at the races and figure out who's winning, what are the numbers on the horses. I can't even figure out anything. I need to fix this. I I don't know how, but it's becoming a trouble. Let's see what was their last positions. You can see that. Three came in first last race. Four also came in last first last race. Seven also came in. Seven came in second. Seven and six. These two came in second last race. They've not been moved. They've been moved. They've been moved. This is the advantage. Mhm. 10 also good.
Cross straightening on Dakota Jill. 5 length clear on James. On the James Fury, Luna Will, or Bazinga. Behind those was Midnight Mistake, a movable force, Beetle Boo. It's finished at the tail of the field, and the time recorded was 20 and even. Dakota Jill, too good. 2 first. Lakota Jill for Cecil Drury. Takes out the third on the card. Running around the 20 even mark with splits of 4.05 and 5.26. It'll be 2.57 and 2.57 and 3. I should say 2.57 and 3. 2 first. Lakota Jill.
And number 2, Lakota Jill, the return there. This has just gone to my other screen. As I get it for you, 740 at 270. 5 James Fury, 7 Luna Lil, and 3 Bazinga. Officially fourth. They're behind the barrier now for race 5 at Eagle Farm.
We're getting ready to move in now for the 5th race today. Clearly the best bank runners are the 2 favourites. $1, or rather 3 rewrite down to $2.90 and 6 Beresca at $3.90. Then you move out to Happy Belly 7, Bittersweet Easy in the betting $8.50. St Albin and Dismantle at $9. I think Bittersweet's got a chance. There's certainly no love in the market, and maybe the traders are thinking, does she run 1,200 metres? First go at the 1,200 today. Her last 2 runs have been very good, both here on Saturdays at Eagle Farm, both at the 1,000 metres, and she finished off well each time. But as I mentioned on the National Racing Service earlier, that is not always a given then that they'll get the 1,200. But I think with a good gauge she's got a chance. But soft in betting. Also rewrite 290, beating Descent out here last time out. That's a great form line with Descent in the first race in class record time. And he's only lightly race rewrite. There's obviously scope for further improvement after that first win, because he was a little soft in the betting that day, but he overcame the betting drift to win. And they're moving in well for the apprentices event. Strike Weapon and Vanessa are the last 2 to move up, or will be the last 2 to move up. Field of 8 contesting this heat. 2 more rounds of heat. Sandown next Wednesday, and closing off at Murray Bridge in a fortnight. Good luck to all the apprentices here as Vanessa joins them. They're ready to jump. Number 3, rewrite 2-8. The light turned on. They're ready to break. Racing. Rerun off the rails stall began well. Dismantle was smartly away. Strike Weapon jumped well, but has ridden conservatively early. Vanessa's going up 4 wide as they hit that first bend, and St Albin will position 5th behind the leading 410. A few lengths away, Bittersweet, then came Beresca, and out towards the tail was Happy Belly, but it's 3 wide. They've gone through the first 400 metres at a fairly casual tempo. Rewrite led narrowly. Strike Weapon moved alongside of it now, put pressure on it. Easy the third was Dismantled behind the lead pair, and St Albin continues to get a good run in 4th. Happy Belly's improved to 5th, but it's deep. Then came Vanessa. Beresca, the second favourite, is second last, and Bittersweet whipped them in to 6 off the lead. Straightening for home now, 400 left to Rada. Rewrite heads into the lane in the lead from Strike Weapon, being bustled along on the outside. Coming up wider on the track was Dismantled. Even deeper was Happy Belly. St Albin getting an inside run, plenty of room there. Room for Beresca as well. And then came Bittersweet. A few of the chance here. St Albin up on the inside. Beresca's driving through. They got past Rewrite. St Albin in front. Beresca trying hard. St Albin packing a good punch. St Albin wins. Beats Beresca third. Happy Belly and Rewrite didn't come on. Then came Bittersweet, followed by Vanessa, Strike Weapon, and Dismantle. Dismantle last over the line. St Albin set out a good odds there, $9 on the fixed. And Corey Sutherland, that'll be a good result for Corey because he has a good association with Kelly Schweida. I'm sure Kel would have been to saw Corey's booking, and St. All went right up on the inside. They wanted to leave the fence. They keep doing it here, and those up on the inside just keep on winning. Number 4, St. Albans, Corey Sutherland for Kelly Schweeder is
Four
first,
six.
proving too strong for Bereska. She had her chance. Number 6, Amber Riddell for Kieran Ma, and third, we'll stand by for that third number to come up. It will be, I think, Wide Happy Belly in front of Rewrite. It was disappointing over the last
4683. Yeah.
Number 4, St. Aldwyn, 940, 160. Number 6, Beresca, 168. Happy Belly, 240. And 3, Rewrite, fourth. To Gunnedah now before race 1 as we welcome in Dan Misson. Hello, Dan.
Hi, Mercedes.
4683. So what happened is so what happened, if we look at that, then 3 is like that, okay? Not that's not possible. 7 was also like that. 10 was from 51, 57. That's, I don't believe that. I had a lot of hope on the 5 actually, but somehow that form line and that being a neutral is a problem. The 6 was very good, and the 6 was the second favorite. All right, so putting an EW on 6 did not make sense. 4 did, because that was the low pressure, and that's how it connects. I mean, where will it fall? It will fall here. If that's not that thing, they made that mistake. I don't know. I kind of looked at it. My screen is very small right now to look at what was going on. But that, if that is played wrong, then it will fall here. I did not believe that number. I did not believe that number. So that was the one. So basically what happened is this, that jocks who has never raced here, they did not get through. We'll go to the next. Two 9 scratched. Three, 7, 1, and 8. 7 and 1 are difficult. Now this moron is going to run neutral without a form line. What kind of a confidence do you have on that? If this thing is going to run neutral on a form line without a jog, I mean, it has a jog, but look at that. That's probably not it. Not it. So let's just understand what is happening. These two are again same as this two, right? 3 and 7. Then the 3 is there. And it is always a very beautiful match with the neutrals. That's the fact. It is always like that. But where is the problem is that this doesn't have the form line. So it's practically the lowest, okay? It's practically the lowest. They're kind of close, you know, the 3 and the 4. The 3 and the 4, they're kind of very close. The difference is this, that we have a form line here. The jock is still dicey. Definitely this is a better match, but here the load is exactly like this, okay? The 4. If they're the same, then the lower. If they are the same, almost the same, on the contrary, this is higher and this is lower. So the 4 has a very strong chance. The 4 has a very strong chance. So I'll play, I mean, for an EW, it's okay because the 4 is the last. Phase 26 as of now. As an EW, it is okay. But if what's happening here is, if we look at that, then that's 7, 1, 3, and then it is here. 7 and 1 are already in trouble because of the resistance. The 3 is in trouble because of being neutral and not having a form line. The 4 has a form line and has a better advantage where the quant is higher. Zeros. Jimmy 1379. One is the same thing as this 10. Is this 10, bro? From 51 to 57, look at that. 6, okay? 5.5 from 58 to 63.5. I mean, are you kidding me? And to handle that, there is no joke. It is a good horse. Definitely, it is a good horse. That's why it is happening like that. But where things can go wrong, you know what? None of those things will work. The 3-year-old gelding will take it out with a low pressure, which anyway it is there because of the low pressure. It is there. There's a possibility none of those things will get in, and the 3-year-old gelding with the low pressure will knock it out. Nine has been scratched, yes. Do we have 9? No.
Two or three. To beat Galactic Star, Quackline I've got in the mix there, and then I've got Hearts Are Better, who might sort of trying to lead. 3, 7, 8 and 1.
With the 7, Galactic Star, I really loved his win here. 2 starts ago when he beat Hey Dan Daisy. Was on a soft 7. It's one on a soft 5. I know we're in good 4 today, so I guess it's some query, but he's holding condition really well. There were a few excuses for him in the duel. One might have been he wasn't good enough too, but not everything went really that great for him on that occasion. But just thought today's race looked terrific from a good draw. I think he quickly probably finds the favourites back and tries to stalk her. They've got sort of more or less even weights. She's a danger naturally, lots better, really fit, good luck winner. And I've got the 18 Guac on there as well. 3, 1 and 8 for me.
They're going to the barrier. We've got the queue race 5 in 5 minutes with Mark. Going to mark it there soon as we head to David.
All behind the gate stand for the 6th here today at Eagle Farm, and the money's starting to roll in for Bill and Miss. It was 225 and we did the update. That's now gone into the red, $1.90, so the big money coming late for the favourite. It's saying that Galactic Star remaining quite firm as the second favourite at 320. Then a gap to walk on out to 9, Hearts Are Better out to 950. The traders happy to take on the third and fourth favourites, but they want to keep their foot on the favourite and the second favourite, 190 and 320 respectively. The protest of the previous race, you would have to say, was ambitious, was dismissed. Half a length between them. St Albans did shift in, momentarily took Baresia's running, but it was out in plenty of time. So St Albans, you need for the first leg of the quaddie. That's race 5, 10, 4. Now, this upcoming race, they're all behind the gates. Let's see if there's any movement at the station. One just arrived a little late walk on, so there's no move up as yet. Lola Miss is the one creating most interest from the betting point of view. She's already won 3 from 10. She resumes today. She's had a share of physical issues along the way as well, this now mere Lola Miss. But has always been a talent. I thought her trial was very good at Doomben 3 weeks ago. She bounced in front and won untouched and was the quickest of the session. Tony Golden elected to bypass the race here on Saturday to concentrate on this, and the setup looks really good for her with plenty of natural speed. She's got pace herself, but I would expect that Chelsea Baker might just let a few of the faster ones go, and they can put it up in the box. So the market likes her, as we said, $1.90. $1.95 now as Galactic Star goes from $3.20 to $3. And the loading well, 6th race of the day, 1,000 metres. Racing at Doomben on Saturday, only 8 races. They lost one there at acceptance time, first at 12.28. We count Nicholas, the last one up. All in, ready to break. This is race 6 at Eagle Farm. There's the light. Racing. Coming out badly, the start was one of the speed runners, the Lucky Alien. Miller Miss won the start, tackled in earnest by Hearts Are Better, and Sandcourt takes it to the lead. Miller misses Jock Chelsea Baker, happy to trail, and the favourite is going to get a gun run in second. Third is Galactic Star, the second favourite. Walk on fourth around Andover Racing. Then came Zuther, the Lucky Alien going fast to the middle part, and Count Nicholas last of all. Approaching the turn now, 500 left to run. Hearts are better in control. Loves the lead. Merlin is popped off the fence. Didn't want to risk a pocket. Strides alongside the leader. The Lucky Alien up to third, then Galactic Star, and gaps to Walk on Zuther and Count Nicholas. Hearts are better at the 300 metres. Taken a notice by Merlin Miss. Favourites looking pretty sweet. Clear of Galactic Star, couldn't reach it, and down below the 200 metres, this is going to be a walkover because Merlin is shooting away, great return, and she's going to canter home. Merlin with Kelsey Baker up, straight to the line, wins by 3.5. Archibald a second, Count Nicholas third, then Guacaron followed by Galactic Star, who didn't run on, then Zoo third. And a long gap to the Lucky Alien last of all. That was easy money. Merlin first, number 3, Chelsea Baker for Tony Gollan. Jump really well. Matt Hart's a better go, the ideal leader. And really, her backers, it was a
316, I think.
Hart's a better holds on for second after leading number 1. Count Nicholas third, number 6. And fourth will be Guac on number 8. So the interim result on race 6, 3, 1, 6 and 8. Miller Miss heavily back, wins first up.
3 Merlin Miss,
3, 1, 6 and 8. 4 had a bad start. Nothing doing.
6 Count Nicholas, and 8 is there for 4th Guacon. Now the queue before race 5.
Psycho Thursday runs as the well-supported favourite here from box number 3, $2 into $1.80.
That happened. We'll go to the next. That 4 had a very bad start. Nine, 12, 13, 15, and 16 all scratched. 7, 8, 11, 3. So the 7 is the favorite, but the match is weird. It has the form line, but the match is not the right match from any angle. Not from the first section, not from the second section. If we take the first section, then we have this, all of them to talk to this. And if we take it from the second section, then 8 is definitely the one, then this one, then this one. All of them are there to talk. So this one is coming from gate number 16. So that's kind of wide for an 1800 meters. 7 is a 5-year-old mare. And now the question is, if all of them have the same load value, then this is the highest quant. Okay. So far, what we've been doing is taking the load value and then looking at the quant. This is just the opposite. Look at the load value and then look at the quant. Okay. So this is higher with a low pressure. And the 7 is kind of in... It is not a match. It is not a match from any angle. I don't know how that will work, but it's a good horse. That's that. 56 to 58.5, that's okay. 57 to 60, 60.5, this is not ideal. This one is again the same thing, 52 to 56, 52, I don't know. This is still okay, I mean. And then they do not have the form line. Why 7 is favorite is because of the jock, okay? Is because of the jock. But the match is like that. I don't know whether it will get through because, and the form line is also good. It is not that it doesn't have form line. It is beautiful. But it doesn't have the supporting document. As in, like, the match is kind of weird. This one is 52. I don't know what will happen there. This one is a 57, but here is a 58 with a low pressure. So that's a 57 with that, and there's a 58 at low pressure, which is a drop in class. So that becomes 57.5, 58. So he's the best jock, okay? And this jock has been a dedicated jock on this horse, but he has never won with this horse. There's definitely some uncomfortable situations that they have encountered with this horse. It's a dedicated jock, all right? The horse, the jock has been riding this horse for a very long time. At least some races they have done, but there's hardly anything that we can see here. So that means it's only places that it has gotten. Problem is how that has been happening is because the jock is okay, but the match is definitely difficult to understand what this is capable of doing. The 4 possess a very strong threat to 7. The 8 is a better match, but it has to drop. It has to either the first section or the second section has to be stronger. So this one and this one, they match. Okay. And the 14 here. We'll see how that works. The 8 is good. The 8 is good. And it's not going on negative, so that's one good thing. But we'll see if they can hold on to this. The match is good. I don't know why the chats are not showing up. Two, 5, 7, 11. That is good, but coming from gate number 16, bro. Gate number 16. Let's see. Yeah, by the way, how many favors did come in today? 1, 2, 3, 4. This one not 5. This is the 6th one. So about 60% so far. Do they have races on Saturday? If that's the case, stay out of this track for at any cost. Let's see if they have Saturday racing. No, they don't have. What are they doing?
Saying that you cannot take any screenshots, telephone, you have to send the photo. Because it is more than it.
520 and 150, number 4 Imperial Audrey, and 9, which is Bunya. That's Scoop and Scooby. Say that probably either. Let's head now to Eagle Farm before the running of race 7.
Strong support for two runners here. Addition and Distant Rebel. Number 7 Addition now 270. I think it was 290 when we last spoke. And Distant Rebel number 8 at 380. I think it was $4 when we last spoke. So They both continue to tighten, and on the other side of the market, Sever continues to get out. It's getting out to good odds, Sever at $7.50. I can't understand the gamble with it. I've gone with Edition, but I think Sever is a legitimate danger. But I'm just talking about Sever. There's just no love in the market at all for Sever out to $7.50. We charted the course from yesterday, opened at $3.50, $4.60 this morning, so they start to move in. And now at $7.50. But I'm with Edition. I think if she's going on another race, she's everything's right for her today. All the stars seem to have aligned. I think the right distance after the last race when she found the line strongly. She's got the right jockey, Ben Thompson, right trainer naturally, Tony Gollan, and the right gate to get a good map. Instant Rebel, got it like it in the market at $3.80, and as we've mentioned, Sever $7.50, but I'm not discounting her chances. Green Northern at Meltdown, they're at $10 on the next line. There's about half the field are in now for race 7. Now, only a few to move up. Victoria being one of those, with Distant Rebel, Chillaxing, and Meltdown. 4, in fact, to move in. Second last race today, we're at the halfway mark of the 20. We need St Albert number 4 into Miller Miss number 3. Canada Miller Miss, but around 57.04, so she actually managed a tad slower than DeSanto ran the first race of the maiden. So times alone, DeSanto is certainly one worth following. But Miller Miss also looks like she's come back well this campaign. She trailed like a bomb and she ran up to that by winning very comfortably. Out of second gear, to be honest. Piston Rebel moves in. They're all in and ready to jump on the 7th. Stand by for a break. Propose's jockey has the pin chapter on the rails. They're off. Propose began fairly on the inside. Edition of Meltdown, 2 of the first to go with Malacol and St Beveridge. Sever's going forward soon after the start, not too far away. As they hit that first bend was Kirkorian, then Pico Rocks, Chillaxing drifting out to second last, and the Grey Northern settles in last position. Tempo only moderate early as they go through the first 400 metres, and Meltdown assumes pride of place with Sever, sitting up second the outside. Malacom dropped to the box seat in third, and Sir Beveridge, he was able to get in closer to the round, his 4th one off. 2 to propose on the inside of Edition, the favourite centre field, and 3 wide outside that pair was Piston Rebel, the second favourite. Followed then by 2 roughies, Kirkorian travelling outside of Pico Rocks, 2.5 to Chillaxing and 2 to Grey Northern. Last, spotting the lead at 10-length start. By the 1,000 metres, they race off the back straight and move to the side and melt down the pilot 3/4 to Sever sitting in second. Racing third, getting a good trail Malacon, Sir Beveridge likewise in 4th. Piston Rebels had no luck, he's been 3 wide from the get-go. Then came Propose, just poking up inside the Paris Edition. Spotting these leaders about 4 to 5 lengths start as they're at the 700 metres. Then came Kirkorian, followed by Pico Rocks, Grey Northern on the move. And last of all, coming up to the turn was Chillaxing. They've got 500 left to run. Meltdown's had a good run in front, but being fell for. So they're about to go up and give it the eye on the outside. Then Malacon, Sir Beveridge to the outside, Proposed nearer the rail. Then came Piston Rebel. Edition is starting to run on, and Kirkorian odds, putting in a good finish down the outside. A few of the chance here, a roughie. Sir Beveridge went up to Malacon and Meltdown. Edition needs to get a wriggle on. Proposed running on fairly well. They've got 100 left to run. Sir Beveridge reached the lead. Malacon's going with it. Meltdown near the inside. They go down to the line, and Malacon beats Sir Beveridge in a rough finish as far as the betting was concerned. Meltdown third. 4th over the line was Proposed. Then Pico Rocks Edition, well, she had her chance. Then came Grey Northern, Kirkorian. Well back was Piston Rebel, weakened after a wide trip. Sever dropped off, and Chillaxing always out towards the back. Malacon just gets it. Number 6, Mark Duplessis for Michael Nolan. $21 on fixed, beating Sir Beveridge, who was $26 as well. So the quaddies got up in the air for most, with 2 roughies fighting it out. Malacon having a good run on the fence and will prevail from Sir Beveridge in a tight finish to the Drinkwise handicap. And the lead of Meltdown will hang on for third, number 4, J. Guthman Chester. And Proposed will be 4th. That was number 10. Well, all the favourites, well, Edition had every chance. Piston Rebel, probably a little excuse that it was wide. And Sever sat outside the leader, but dropped off from the home team. So it was to be a result, not for the punters, but the result is 6, 14, 4 and 10 on race 7 at Eagle Farm.
6, 14, 4 and 10. So what happened basically is this, that the 7 was not a match. All right, this jock has been riding this horse ever since, but that was not a match. The 8 should have gotten it, but that did not happen. Why that did not happen is because of the resistance. Okay, it basically went low pressure. This was the high, this was the low, then here was the high, the 4, which had the match. That was that. 14 with the low pressure, 58. We'll see how that works. We'll go to the next. Again, huge scratchings. 1, 3, 6, 7. 1, 3, 6, 7. 8, 11, 12, 19. 19, 20. All scratched. 10, 16, 13, and 14. Okay, so to start with the 10 has that kind of a resistance at a benchmark 65. The 8 kind of got knocked out with the resistance. Here it is very bad. So what needs to happen? There are two things that is very important for 10 to win. One is a strategy on the jock, with the jock. And two is a form line. The form line is definitely missing. The jockey is like that, okay? But it is like the jockey has actually been a dedicated jock and he has won with this horse. That's one side of the story. So I mean, there's no confidence on this. I mean, I'm not going to get into this, and I don't know if that's something which will work. But there's nothing that actually gets to the point, because this one is not a match. If this is not this, this is not it, then this is not it. The 5 is good. The 5 is good, but it's a 6-year-old gilding. It's doing very bad. So there's nothing that I can work with this one as well. This is very difficult to believe what will happen here. The 16 that they are talking about is a neutral, and if that's that, then 2 is a threat. But that's a 6-year-old gilding. The 14 has probably a little chance somewhere, which the match is absolutely disastrous. But with 8 and 12, I think 18 and 14, the 14 is better, but the match is bad. The one which I basically like is here, which is the 9, but lacks form line and their management is like that. I'm not going to get into it. I don't have a clarity. This one is like that. If you believe that'll get in, that'll get in. So what happened here is the 4 was a match, okay, but the jock is definitely who messed it up. The 4 was a match. 8 ideally should have won. Then it should have dropped on 4 or 14. The 14 got there, but the 6 winning is a match. The 6 winning is a match, which is okay, but without a form line beating this horse at a 57 with that kind of a match is very difficult to believe that it could not gain the momentum from gate number 7. So on an 1800 meter, that just played wild. This is a 1400 meter. That's how it looks like. I'm not going to get into it. Good night, Jimmy. Boom. Hawkesbury. PC. Brilliant. No, from last till first, that was written rightly. I think you were you were on a good horse, PC. That's the jock. Saturday horses coming back to midweek. No, obviously, this is when they're running last. The first thing is who are they and who are riding them. Those two things, I think, are the crucial things, PC. If the horse is on pace and the jockey is good, then there is no problem. But they make the mistakes, and that's where we take our chances. But that's racing, I guess, PC. But I'm glad that you made that. Fabulous. Awesome.
Let's wish is 10 to 550. Let's wish it's on the chart. So we got three. It's not as quick as 1947. Spare it quite early money for these drifted out late. With some money for a few others back to 950. Your box number 7. Second of the week run this year, which is expelled. So as we're about to move forward here for race number 8 to round out our quaddy from the queue today. Got out to 310 cake is great. A few steps down, so that's good enough. It's back in $2.70. Still solid and supporters Milo Davis out here. For Gorski Hard Ox Tough Tippers. Set for a break. The Q race 8. Ready? Racing, Amron was quickly away, not as well as Auburn Queen, which leads across goes Blends, which with a big race charge now as Milo Davis tracking it was expelled, drifting back now, Amron back to the tail, North Star, big leader into the straight as Auburn Queen, out after it, Blends, Swish and out wide, Cake is great, running on, but two got Auburn Queen, beats Cake is great, Blends, Swish and Milo Davis, close up, Grandiose Girl, expelled. Behind those runners was Cameron. He was one of the last ones in with North Star in 1950. Auburn Queen, he's got right away from a big race.
And number 3, Auburn Queen, 16:42:86, Cake is great. And number 4, was a wish. Now, 10 on top here for Michael Maxworthy in the final race at Eagle Farm. Bernadette with the 15 as we head to Gunnedah before race 6.
Okay, so the favourite here is number 4, Casual Escape at $2.50. In a point from 360. 1 maybe yes at 320.50. 5 plus at 360 from 5. The next 75 stars at $8. Good support there for class 1 number 5. But the 4 holdings from the favourites. Casual Escape number 5. All of the dogs like the 4. The race 6 and 5. Last race of the day. Canara's been a little slow in getting there, but just arriving now. So they'll start to load them up. Open betting race to end the day, but Fazvara starting to tighten up in betting now. Number 10.
10 looks good, not worth it, PC.
Two of those wins, or 2 wins, out of those 3 starts, both at the Gold Coast, finding the line well each time. So this looks a natural step at start forward, and it's fair to say that
Too much of a thing. Too much of a thing for a midweek, PC.
Have found their mark on the midweek circuit. Navy Nina starting to firm up. First run for Tony Gollan. Last start third on the Caulfield Heath track. And those form lines overall are good enough to suggest that Navy Nina can play a hand here, and the money is starting to come in for Navy Nina. She moves to at $5.50 as the co-second favourite with Navy Nina.
Yeah, of course. You see that?
23 yesterday, which seemed to be
You see that?
It's gradually found its way down.
At a 16.9, staggering 16.9, huge pressure on this. Going negative, the best match possible. But too much to believe this on a Wednesday 65, benchmark 65. Too much. I mean, the decision is definitely yours, but
Let's cast our way over to the start, and they are starting to move in.
you're a friend, that's why.
Some style Navy Nina El Pensador. They'll be the last 3 to move up. Malacon, good odds won the previous race, beating Sir Beveridge. It was an outsider's Quinella.
For a Wednesday, it's a little too much, PC.
But if you're alive, good luck. And we're going to see your fortunes play out, because the last race is just about to get underway as Navy Nina moves in. And now they're set for the last. Running the trip of 1,400 metres. Starter switches on the red line, picks up the button, and we're set. Racing Brisbane,
Centre Shell made a reasonable start on the inside. Some Style actually won the jump. Better Luck Next Time showing speed. Third away Desolation and Navy Nina. Jump well and settles in fourth. Followed by Centre Shell, fifth over on the Roman side of Meadowbrook. Fazfara, the favourite of the second half of the field. On the outside of She Moves Too, then Simply Fun. Canara and El Pensador settles at the tail end. They've gone through the first 400 metres and make their way to the side, and Some Style dictates the terms. Led by 3/4 to Better Luck Next Time sitting in second. 2 away third Navy Nina in a good spot outside of Desolation. 2 lengths of Meadowbrook keeping company with Seneschal, who's parked 3 back on the inside, being trailed by She Moves Too. Fazfara on its outside, about 5 off the lead as they go to the 600 metres. Then Simply Fun Canara and 2 to El Pensador trailing. Up to the turn of the last, 500 left to run. Some Styles had a good run. Better Luck Next Time being niggled at. Here's a move by Navy Nina coming up and getting a split now and so they're on reasonably well. And down the outside coming is Fazfara. They're followed up by Desolation getting that run. Seneschal drop back. She Moves to weaving a passage. Down the outside, Navy Nina. A few of the chance, Some Style, tackled by She Moves Too. Navy Nina still outside of them. El Pensador running on. She Moves Too. Broke clear close to home. She Moves Too. Wins the last. From Navy Nina. Photo third, El Pensador prominent with Canara. Some Style just peak late. Then Desolation, followed by Fazfara, who didn't put in the straight after having a good run. Then Simply Fun, well back with Seneschal, Meadowbrook, and Better Luck Next Time last over the line. She Moves Too wins the last, coming off that good run at Ipswich last time out, strong to the line. Beating home Navy Nina. El Pensador will be third, and fourth will be a bob of the noses between Some Style and Canara. We'll leave that to the judge, but no doubt about the winner. Number 16, She Moves Too, Andrew Mannion for Chris Waller. Beating number 13, Navy Nina, Emily Lang for Tony Gollan. And third,
16-13. Sixteen. 13. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Eagle Farm. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit-chat, and try to solve the puzzles here. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. Thank you so much for doing that. It means a lot. And if you're watching this as a replay, thank you for doing that. It really supports the channel. Thank you so much for doing that. And I want to thank PC. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jimmy, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Breeze, thank you for joining in and thank you for the support. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Hope to see you soon again. Dows, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I think that is it, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you on Saturday.